morning, guys, and welcome to the 2023 Victorian State Age Short Course Championships. My name is Kalia Marsh, and I'll be here with you this morning at Pool 1, which is the blue pool, hosting mostly our men's events this morning, as well as our multi-class and mixed races. Up first, we've got the boys 13-14 400-metre freestyle. This event is a timed final, which means we'll be seeded our slowest heat first, up to our fastest heat, which is heat 3 this morning. And our boys are off. The 400 freestyle for this age group, a lot of these guys will be swimming this for one of their first times probably. So you need to qualify for this event by setting a time earlier in the season. Generally what we see from Heat 1 is a few swimmers who will most likely do some pretty large PBs as well. After the first 100, we have lane 1, Max from South Gippy Bass, leading us out in a 1:02. The goal of these kids on the outside lanes will be really try to maintain their speed throughout and not drop off too much. William Goldstraw in lane 6 from Vixen are having a really nice swim here in this third 100. He's pulled away and taken the lead. It's good to see his stroke looking nice and relaxed out there, staying powerful under the water, and good consistency as well. Now this is a time final, which means if you post the fastest times in this race, no matter which heat you're from, you will be a medalist. And our leader coming into his final lap now. Strong finish. A lot of these athletes will pick up the kick, motor into the wall, head down, And that's a nice time there from Will Goldstraw. 4:27.21. 13-year-old, heat 1. Heat 2's underway, and you may have noticed a few of the swimmers in this field with some large round circles on their back. Looks like bruising. That's a form of recovery called cupping. A lot of athletes will get this leading into a competition. Just drawing the blood to the surface of the skin, really helping those muscles restore themselves. Quite common for people in distance events. As we speak about a lot during short course season, these events are so important to have really great turns and underwater skills. Especially in a race like the 400 freestyle where you have 15 turns to complete throughout. Coming up to the 200-metre mark, the halfway point, your leader is Ben Merrilees in lane 7 from Tiger Sharks. And there's a nice little group in second at the moment, fighting it out. You'll notice in the 400, a lot of these athletes have quite different techniques that they use. Lane 5, more of an open water lope stroke. So quite a high head position, really leaning on one side. Other swimmers going for more your sort of standard freestyle, classic technique, nice high elbow recovery, keeping it long and even on both sides. Turning for that last 100 now, Ben in lane 7, still our leader. Followed second by lane 5, Noah Chappell from Melbourne Vic Centre. A lot of these boys have really lifted coming into this last lap. You can see that last one, fast one mentality. Looks like Ben in lane 7 is definitely going to hang on to win this heat in a time of 4:24.85. So that's faster than your previous heat. Second, Oscar from MLC with a great last lap to out-touch Noah Chappell in lane 5. Which brings us to our third and final heat. This is your fastest seeded heat of boys in the 13-14 400 freestyle. And they're underway. Tarwin from Nunawading with a great start and underwater. Already securing the lead in this 400. Boys looking really comfortable, trying to settle into this race. And just showing those great underwater skills as well off every turn. Our leaders have started to pull away from the field a bit here. Tarwin in lane 4, still sitting in front, narrowly ahead of Luca Brown from Melbourne Swimming Club in lane 3. Also Lenny Grigor from Swimming Gold Coast having a really great swim out in lane 9. Good to see the team from Gold Coast making the trip down to sunny Melbourne. Into the last 100, and there's a really great race going on for first in this timed final this morning. Tywin in lane 4's led most of the way, but Luca Brown is not letting him go. The battle for third is also on, with Lenny out in lane 9, still holding on, but the two boys in the middle, Ollie McCormack and Julian Angus, lanes 5 and 6, very close behind. And the boys are turning for their final 25 metres here. They're breathing away from each other, which makes it a little bit more difficult to race someone. So they're just going to be giving it absolutely everything they've got. Coming into the wall, heads down. Oh, and Tywin's going to hang on for that first place. 4:08.73. That's a 6-second personal best swim. Second place, Luca Brown from Melbourne Swimming Club, 4:08.80, 7/100ths of a second between them in a 400. Awesome swim, boys. Third, Lenny's done it from lane 9, 4:13.22. We're just waiting for the board to update with the correct event and we'll be underway. Your next event in Pool 1 is the mixed 12 to 1800 metre backstroke multi-class. While we wait for the action in Pool 1, there is a second pool, the orange pool, also running this morning. Mostly the female events today, currently doing their 13-14 girls 400 metre freestyle. It's a huge weekend of racing for these athletes, a lot of them backing up with multiple events. It's also a huge weekend for the coaches, having to watch two pools at once. They definitely get their work cut out for them. And it looks like we might almost be ready to go here. There are 2 heats of this mixed 100 metre backstroke multi-class event. In your program, you'll notice a letter and a number after these athletes' names. These are their classifications. If you see the letter S, that represents freestyle, backstroke or butterfly strokes and what their classification is for those events. If you see SB, this means the classification they have for breaststroke, and SM is their classification for a medley. Swimmers' times are then compared to the FINA times, and the closest in each category is your winner. And your leader is onto the last lap of this event. It is Lisa Bale from Nyatube Swan Hill. Coming in flags to wall. Awesome swim, Lisa. 7-second PB to touch in a 1:33.58. Well done, girls. That brings us to heat 2. Really good underwater in lane 4 by Riley Blitz of Geelong. Maintaining those dolphin kicks These athletes are allowed 15 metres of underwater dolphin kicks per lap in the backstroke events. Hill turn in a 32.2, followed around by Andrew of Oasis Otters. And down to touch. Riley touches first, 107.44. Another great swim. Personal best all around this morning. Andrew Din of Oasis was finished in second, 114.42. And James Logan from Geelong in third, 115.71. Continuing on with our 100 backstrokes this morning, event 5, our next event in this pool on the program, is the boys 17-18 100 metre backstroke. There are 3 heats in this event. They are circle seated, and the fastest will come back to race tonight in the final session. As they wait for the race to get underway, you'll see a lot of swimmers sitting down. They're just trying to conserve some energy. A few little slaps here and there, keep those muscles warm so they're ready to go when we begin. You'll see these older boys really making use of that backstroke ledge. It was introduced back in 2014, so these older guys will have had a few years getting a lot of practice in, lifting themselves nice and high on that start, getting their bottoms out of the water to have a clear backstroke beginning. At the 50-metre mark, you've got Matthew Lowe from Gold Coast Swimming Gold Coast, leading us through in a 27.25. onto their final lap. Looks like James Luina from MLC just taken the lead here. Had a nice relaxed first 50. And he's going to touch in a 55.87, looking pretty comfortable for his heat from this morning. Matthew Lowe will take second in that heat. And Alan Uhi from Essendon Aquatic in third. Some really good underwaters in this heat. Lane 4, Anthony Bassinas, known for going right to that 15-metre mark. Like a lot of these boys, 2 weeks ago we had the Victorian State Open Short Course Championships. And we saw Anthony Bassinas race there and pick up a few medals, which was really good to see. He's pulling away quite comfortably in this heat with a close fight for second. Lanes 2 and 3, Ollie McKenzie, Alan Liang. Bassinas 55.98. And then the two boys in 2 and 3, 58.3 and 58.6. So at the moment, looking like that 58 mark is going to be what it takes to make the final of this 100-metre backstroke. This is the third and final heat of the men's 17-18 100-metre backstroke. It'll be Daniel Shilcock from HC Swimming Club, a visitor, who'll lead us around. 26.8 on the turn. Down to touch, Evan Chi, lane 4, Nunawading, 55.2. Second, Daniel, 55.4. And Josh Carnes will come in third, 57.85. In the water now, we have event 7 on the program this morning. The boys 16-year-olds 100-metre backstroke. There are 4 heats in this event. The first 3 heats will be circle seated, and that 4th heat will be the ones just outside the top 30. Brian Zeng from MLC having a really good swim here, sitting up nice and high in the water, not creating too much drag. Looks like he's going to get on the wall first, 57.05. Campbell Wilson Moran of Western Melbourne Propulsion, 57.4. And Eamon McCarthy from Warrnambool touches in third, 58.85.
We should have cropped out the rock. Apparently no one did.
Heat 2 in the water now. Some good underwaters there by our 2 leaders, Cody Byrne and Ash Nichols. And it'll be Ash that touches the wall first at the halfway mark, 27.99. Putting on a great third lap here, really lifting to pull away. Good swim from Riley Cunningham out in lane 1 as well. But Ash Nichols will take first, 57.4 for heat 2. Heat 3 is underway with a really good start by Oscar Campbell from Cheltenham Swimming Club.
Could we please have our backstroke legend volunteers for pool 2 from Surrey Park and Melbourne Big Centre? Instruction report for 2, 3, 4, and 6. And this section will start before the field. Instruction report for 2, 3, 4, and 6.
And with about 10 metres to go, Jack Morrow from Propulsion really come through in the second half of this 100. He's going to touch first, 57.5. William Link, Ivanhoe Aquapower second, 58.44. And Jake Ridley, 58.45. Only 1/100th of a second between the two for second and third. Our fourth and final heat of the men's 16-year-olds 100-metre backstroke. Logan Brandy having a speedy swim in lane 4 from Melbourne Swimming Club. We're used to seeing him in the longer distance events, earlier this year competing at the National Open Water Championships. It's really great to see such range on these younger athletes. And he's going to come in at 1:02.10. In the water now, your next event on the program, the boys 15-year-olds 100-metre backstroke. There is also 4 heats in this event. This is heat 1, your fastest qualifier, George Huang from Surrey Park in lane 4. And some really dominant underwaters there. Sebastian Eagle out in lane 8 from St Leonard's, also having a pretty good swim here. As well as Blake Hughes in lane 3 from Northwest Aquatic. George is going to touch first, 57.59, just over his personal best for this heat swim this morning. Ethan McDonald from Swimming Gold Coast will take second, 59.5. And Blake in lane 3, 101.23 for third. This 100-meter backstroke, it is a sprint event. We are looking for fast rating of the arms, so how quickly they're turning over while still holding the water, as well as that constant and continuous kick. Coming into the final lap now, it's Henry Allen of Bendigo East Swimming Club with about a body length on Xavier from Nunawading. And he'll touch in a 56.27. Xavier with a nice PB. His entry time of 1:00.01. He would have really been wanting to hit that 59, and he's gone 58.7 to take second in that heat, so well done. This is heat 3, the last of your circle-seated heats. Toby Callahan from MLC Aquatic having a nice swim here from lane 5. The boys in lane 4 and 5 look like they're going to take it out, but also a really good swim out in lane 9 by Tom Urquhart of Ballarat Gold. He's going to touch in third. First, Luca from Swimming Gold Coast, 59.3. Toby Callahan, 1:00.32. And third, lane 9, Tom Urquhart. On to your fourth and final heat of this men's 15-year-olds 100-meter backstroke. All the boys in this heat sitting around that 106, 107 mark. Looking to get a nice personal best time this morning. And some really great swims there. First place, lane 5, Adam from Laverton Wyndham Aquatics with a 101.33. And a bit of a change in scenery now. We move on to the boys 14-year-olds 100-metre breaststroke event. There are 4 heats. In our 100-metre breaststroke, we're watching to see those split strokes off the underwaters, so from the start and the turns. During the split stroke phase in the breaststroke, you are allowed to go past 15 metres, but you must only complete the 1 split stroke. You also get to utilise 1 dolphin kick in that split stroke. So athletes will be trying to make the most of their skills here. As they come into the last lap, it's Harry Heath of Nunawading. And he'll touch the wall, 106.04. Close for second between lane 2, Zachary, and lane 5, Nathan, both finishing on a 110. Swimmers just standing down. The start list on the screen is incorrect. We don't want them to have to swim and their times not register correctly. Heat 2 underway. Another one of our swimmers from Gold Coast here in lane 4. The second fastest seeded athlete in this event. If you're unsure about how the circle seed works, we have the fastest swimmer in lane 4 of heat 1, the second fastest of heat 4 of heat 2, and the third fastest in lane 4 in heat 3. And then we continue to spread out on those first 3 heats. So the next one goes into lane 5 in heat 1, 2, 3, and the next into heat 3, and so on and so forth. In your breaststroke event, swimmers must touch with 2 hands. The hands must hit the wall at the same time. Previously, they had to be on the same horizontal plane, but that rule has recently been changed. So the hands can be placed anywhere on the wall as long as they hit it together at the same time. Great close finish there. Lane 4 is going to just hang on in a 109.44. Second, 109.50, Harry from Nunawading. And third, also in a 109, was Milo from Melbourne Swimming Club in lane 5. Third heat of the men's 14-year-olds 100-meter breaststroke. Close race in this heat. Top 4 all turning in 32s and a 33 low. You'll see Darcy Stewart in lane 5, coming back after swimming the 400 earlier this morning, so backing it up. And touching in first, it will be Darcy Stewart by 1/100th of a second over JVLI of Melbourne Swimming Club, 109.53 and 109.54. Fourth and final heat in the water now. Ryan Martin down in lane 8 of Nunawading, leading us through at the 50-metre mark. Closely followed by Billy Fisher of South Gippy Bass and Tiger Mar of Bayside. All out in the 35-second swim. And that concludes our men's 14-year-olds 100-metre breaststroke. Next up on the program, event 13, our boys 13-year-olds 200-metre individual medley. The 200 individual medley is 50 metres of each stroke, which is 2 laps of the short course pool. So 50 metres of butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, and finally freestyle. We have 4 heats in this event. Just experiencing some technical difficulties before this 13-year-old's 200 IM. 2 weeks ago at the Victorian Open Short Course Championships, we had the 12-year-old age group compete. And you might be wondering what happens if you were 12 2 weeks ago and you've aged up and turned 13 in the last couple of weeks. Well, no, you don't actually get to swim at both. Swimmers had the option of choosing to race as a 12-year-old, as they were still technically 12, or to sit that one out, wait till they turn 13 and come here and race. Now, there's a few reasons why people might choose either option. They might choose to come and swim as a 13-year-old, as there's more younger people here, younger athletes at this event, as it's an age group event. A bit more adrenaline, a bit more excitement, more members of your team to get you up and racing. Another reason might be if the event that you particularly enjoy or are good at is a bit weaker in that different age group, you might look at that. But those swimmers were given the option as to whether they could swim as a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old.
hard here. You understand this doing what the stroke like. Apparently it's not working like this way. Yeah.
All right, and we're ready to go. Not quite yet, but it's so good to see these young boys really encouraging each other, trying to keep the energy up so that they are ready to race when we do get started. And they're off for heat 1 of the men's 13-year-olds 200 metres medley. The first 3 heats of this event are also circle seated. So Jake Richards in your lane 4 from Geelong is your fastest entry. Looking very strong at the moment, sitting up nice and high in this butterfly. The key in a medley is to make sure that fly leg stays relaxed and you're not expending too much energy, as you still have 3 50-metre swims to go after it. Most athletes in the backstroke will rely heavily on their upper body to do a lot of the work, giving their legs just that little bit of a rest, getting ready for the breaststroke being such a dominant leg stroke. Ben Merrill's back again, lane 1 from Tiger Sharks. He's going to come through in second after this backstroke leg. Always interesting too to note the types of back to breaststroke turns these athletes are doing. 13 years old, they're quite young, so some of them are opting for that crossover turn. It is a little bit trickier and a bit riskier, so if they're not fully confident in it, you'll see a lot of them stick to what they know, which might already be a touch turn or an open turn, or the suicide turn, which is that back flip you might see. And Jake from lane 4 is maintaining that lead. About 2 seconds between him and Ben Merrily sat in lane 1. Spoke to Jake earlier this morning and he was telling me he's swimming 9 races over this weekend, so quite a heavy program. I know a lot of the other young kids are doing this as well, so it's good to see them all backing up in multiple events. They're looking pretty relaxed coming into this wall. They'll touch in a 2:21.97. Ben out in lane 1, 2:24.12. That's a nice drop from him from a 2:37 entry time. Doing some great swims this weekend. He's timed that taper really well. You might notice these swimmers getting on the blocks a little bit early. As we are running 2 pools at the moment, it can be a little bit confusing. These swimmers are trained to react and respond when they hear that whistle. That means get up on the blocks. So they're so focused on their race that all they're doing is listening and paying attention for that whistle to begin. with the way these heats are seated, we're used to seeing that inverted V in our races. So the middle lanes out in front and those edge lanes a little bit further behind. So it's always good to see when you notice lane 9s and lane 7s really up with the mix here. So having some good swims from outside lanes. We do love a cheeky outside smoker here at Swimming Victoria. Our touch pads just haven't seemed to have registered on the board, but that's okay. With our use of Hawkeye, we are able to still have the times. It's going to be our swimmer in lane 5, Anjay Lam from Northwest Aquatics. He's going to lead through the breaststroke first lap. Northwest Aquatic, renowned for producing really great breaststrokers over the last few years. But we did see William Goldstraw in that 400 freestyle earlier this morning, so we know that he should have a really nice, strong finish to this 200 IM. Going around in third, it is William Kao from MLC over in lane 3. But there he is, William Goldstraw in lane 4. He's taken the lead. Nice, strong last lap to finish this 200 IM. Under the flags. Couple of cheeky breaths there. Coach might have something to say about that. Now, I believe he's finished in a time of 2:25.54. But we will just wait and see when those results come up. Yes, he has 2:25.54 for Will. Anjay in second, 2:26. Will in third, 2:29. Remember, these athletes looking for a spot in that top 10 for finals this afternoon. Third heat here, we are missing lane 4, which opens up one of those extra spots in that final. A few of these outside lanes definitely looking to secure a spot this afternoon. It's going to be the country boys leading us out in this fly leg. We've got Cody Said from Terralgan and Campbell Nicholson from Warrigal turning in first and second. Not too far behind, we had Titus Tang from Swimland Swim Club. He had a really good underwater in this backstroke leg. Always those transitions between the strokes are very important. You don't want to slow down. You don't want to lose momentum. Particularly coming into this breaststroke leg, breaststroke is a slower stroke, so you want to maintain and start it with as much explosive power and energy as you can. This breaststroke leg, we tend to see the most change amongst our swimmers here, so placings wise, good breaststrokers can make up a lot of ground in this leg. As you'll see from Jacob Chester having a really good breaststroke lap here. But it's still the boys from the country who are going to take first and second in this heat. final lap, giving it everything they've got left, just finishing it off. And it's going to be Cody Said from Traralgon, 2:26.15. And then Campbell Nicholson from Warrigal, 2:26.60. And we're on to our fourth and final heat of event 13, the boys 13-year-olds 200-metre individual medley. We have 4 swimmers in this heat. All very close in time, so we should hopefully have a pretty good race here. Oscar Tan from DVE taking it out pretty hard. Gavin Danny just taking the lead after that backstroke leg. Morrison White Gould from Laverton Wyndham Aquatics having a really good breaststroke leg in this race. And all of these athletes are going to turn pretty close together for the freestyle leg. So it's going to be a race to the finish. The 2 boys from Laverton, training buddies, have turned basically in the same time. Only 1/100th of a second separating the 2. Onto their final lap. Looks like Morrison just has the lead here. He's pulling away. Nice strong last 25 of freestyle. And the race is really on for second. The boys are basically going stroke for stroke here. Onto the wall. Oh, great swim. Oscar taking second and Gavin taking third. Only 3/100ths between them. Really good job, boys. Your next event on the program is event 15, the boys 17-18 200-metre butterfly. This event has been reseeded, so there is no longer 3 heats. We only have 2 heats. 2 heats of this one. All right, we're into this 200 meters butterfly. Definitely one of the more challenging events on the program for these athletes. But thankfully, these 17 and 18-year-old boys are looking nice and strong.
Alana McDuff from Cheltenham, Arabella Tomlinson from Melbourne, Misha Nicholson from Laverton Wyndham, Cody Said from Traralgon, Ben Merrilees from Tiger Sharks, William Goldstraw from Melbourne Vic Centre, Tharwin Parom from Nunawading, Luca Brown from Melbourne, Lenny Griggar from Swimming Gold Coast, and Oliver McCormack, Evie Lee from Geelong, Lisa Bale from Naya Two Bays, Sarah Howe from Ballarat Gold, Kira Warwick from Flyers, Cooper Harrington from Yarra Plenty Waves, Eli Kerr from Warrnambool, Hamish Keenan from Swimland, James Logan from Geelong, and Lockie Ballion from Traralgon. Thank you.
In this event, swimmers complete 8 laps of butterfly, 7 turns. As we come up to the 150 metre mark, meaning 50 metres to go. Your leader is going to be Cameron McLeod, really well known for his sprint fly and sprint freestyle, so it's good to see him stepping up and doing a little bit more of the longer distance events. Turning in second, you've got Josh Evans from Flyers Swimming Club. This event is all about rhythm and getting in oxygen. So you see a lot of these athletes breathing either every stroke or every second stroke. And a really great last 50 from Owen Williams-Polly from Nunawading. He's taken first in 2:11.66. Cam McLeod hangs on for second, 2:11.93. And Josh Evans from Flyers in third, 2:12.89. This will be your second and final heat of this event, 15 men, 17, 18 years, 200 metres butterfly. Lane 7, Cooper Sutherland from Ballarat Gold, really leading the boys out in this first 50, putting his stamp on the swim. He's had a great couple of weeks between country short course championships and state open championships. But we do know our boys in the middle of this race are definitely more renowned for their 200 swims, so they're going to have a good second half. Just staying nice and relaxed, keeping the stroke long, the arms nice and low to the water so they're not expending any more energy than they have to. Good to see a really close race in this 200 fly. Cooper's still in the lead, but that fight for second is definitely on. Mayan from MLC with a really nice third 50 there. A lot of the time this race can be won and lost in that lap. This is the part where they're definitely starting to feel heavy. Try not to feel like the piano's fallen on your back and just hang in there. You've got 20 meters to go for most of them. time that finish so you're not gliding onto the wall too much. Mayim Baskar, MLC, first in that heat, 208.93. Josh Carnes in lane 4, he loves the second half. He's come back to claim second, 209.37. And Tyler Theodore has snuck in there in lane 6 from Propulsion for third, with Cooper hanging on for fourth in a 2:10. Our next event on the program is going to be a splash and dash, event 17, the boys 16-year-olds 50-meter freestyle. This is where you get ready to throw your washing in the water because there's going to be a lot of splash going on. We have 5 heats in this event. The first 3 are circle seated. A few boys sitting around that 23 mark, so there's a lot who are going to want to hit some low 23s, see if they do that this morning. And see if some of those boys on 24 can get down to those 23s. Always a good feeling when you break that second mark. Ash Nicol in lane 4 here. Traralgon Swimming Club, fastest seeded swimmer in this event at a 23.27. Looking super strong. Coming down to touch, 23.14. That's a great swim. Cody Byrne from Swimming Gold Coast in second, 23.59. And Alessandro from Melbourne Vic Centre takes third, 24.63. Great job, boys. We move on to heat 2. Such a powerful race. A lot of these athletes will most likely be breathing no more than twice, probably once on the first lap coming into that turn just so they can get a great underwater, and potentially once on the second lap. But mostly just focusing on keeping that head still, ripping those arms through and gripping the water. As the coaches say, rip and grip and go. Onto the wall now. Ethan Ravensdale from Nunawading is going to touch first, 23.63. Campbell Wilson Moran of Propulsion, he's going to be second, 23.87. In a race like this, the skills are so important, particularly that start, getting a quick reaction time. Harper Wallace from Northcote with a reaction time of 0.44. That's pretty rare. 0.47 for Felix Dressel-De Bruyn. Those are quick reflexes. And it looks like Felix is going to hit the wall first from Melbourne Swimming Club in a 23.84. Cooper Lynch will score second in a 24.19. And Dimitri from Western Aquatics in third. The far side of the pool looks like they're going to nab this one. It's going to be Lloyd Birch from Propulsion, first in this heat 4, 25.09. Bit of a hold on the start on that one. Good underwater from Thomas Radford in lane 7. This is your 5th and final heat of the men's 16-year-olds 50 metres of freestyle. Our swimmer from Gold Coast out in lane 8, Lachlan Hackett, looks like he's going to secure first in this heat. Closely followed by Thomas Radford in lane 7. So those outside swimmers doing really well. 25.14, 25.76. Some nice personal best times.
Like to draw your attention over to the medal presentation area where we are presenting the medals for event 1, the boys 13 400 metre freestyle. In 3rd place from Melbourne Vic Centre, William Goldstraw. In 2nd place from Tiger Sharks, Ben Merrilees. And in 1st place with a time of 4 minutes 23.08 from Traralgon, Cody Sard. Presenting the medalists for event 1, the boys 14 400 metre freestyle. In the 3rd place, Victorian, Oliver McCormack from Ballarat Gold. In 3rd place from Swimming Gold Coast, Lenny Grigger. In 2nd place from Melbourne, Luca Brown. And in 1st place from Nunawading with a time of 4:08.73, Tharan Param. Presenting the medalists for event 2, the girls 13 400 metre freestyle. In 3rd place from Essendon District Aquatic, Mia Mifsud. In 2nd place from Nunawading, Lucy Doyle. And in 1st place from Geelong with a time of 4:28.02, Zali Schneiders. Presenting the medals for event 2, the girls 14 400 metre freestyle. In 3rd place from Laverton Wyndham Aquatics, Misha Nicholson. In 2nd place from Melbourne Swimming Club, Arabella Tomlinson. And in 1st place with a time of 4:25.54 from Cheltenham, Alana McDuff. Presenting the medalists for event 3, the girls 12 to 14 100 metre backstroke multi-class. In 2nd place from Naya Two Bays Swan Hill, Lisa Bale. And in 1st place from Geelong, Evie Lee. Presenting the medalists for event 3, the girls 15 to 18 100 metre backstroke multi-class. In 2nd place from Flyers Swim Team, Kira Warwick. And in 1st place from Ballarat Gold, Sarah Howe. Presenting medalists for event 3, the boys 12 to 14 100 metre backstroke multi-class. In 2nd place from Warrnambool Swimming Club, Eli Kerr. And in 1st place from Yarra Plenty Waves, Cooper Harrington. Presenting our medalists for event 3, the 15 to 1800 metre backstroke multi-class. In third place from Traralgon, Lockie Ballion. And in second place from Geelong, James Logan. And in first place from Sumland, Hamish Keenan.
All right, back into it after our medal presentations for the morning. This is event 19, the boys 15-year-olds 200 metres individual medley. In this event, we have 4 heats. This is heat 1.
Could we please have a representative from Melbourne Vic Centre over to the TD desk, please? So a representative from Melbourne Vic Centre. Thank you.
Lanes 4 and 5 seem to have separated themselves from the field pretty early in this 200 AM. We have George from Surrey Park and Luca from Swimming Gold Coast turning in a 102 each onto their breaststroke leg. Not too far behind, we have Tom Urquhart of Ballarat Gold and Blake Hughes of Northwest Aquatic. A lot of these names are names we have already heard this morning, so back again for another swim. Tom with a really nice breaststroke leg here. He's made up a lot of ground on those lead athletes. In fact, he's just touched in front of Luca. 50 metres to go. Onto the wall. George touches in first, 2:12.17. Luca reclaims that second spot, 2:13.54, and third was Tom Urquhart from Ballarat Gold in a 2:15.11. Heat 2 is in the water here. Fastest seed of this heat, Hamish Robson, MLC in lane 4. He'll lead us around in the fly leg. Just keep an eye out for lane 6 when we get up to the breaststroke leg. Jonathan Leong of Geelong Swimming Club. National age group breaststroke medalist this year. Hamish looking very relaxed in this backstroke. Obviously getting really good catch and hold on that water. Goes for the open turn. Hamish hangs on in that breaststroke leg to turn for the freestyle. Oscar Eddy from Swimming Gold Coast not too far behind him, putting in a nice little fight in this last 50. Jono made up a lot of ground in the breaststroke, but it's not going to be enough to match up with those leaders. But it's going to be your swimmer in lane 4, Hamish Robson of MLC, led from start to finish. 2:12.63, Oscar Eddy 2:13.49. And Peter out in lane 3 from Melton finished really strong to take third, 2:17.39. Heat 3, Tian Berger in lane 4, taking us through in a 27.74 in that butterfly leg. A couple of the boys look to be making a bit of a move here in this backstroke. Good underwater from Toby Callahan in lane 5, MLC Aquatic. And you can really see the difference in turn speed for that open turn where you lose a bit of momentum, whereas Tian Berger's opted for that crossover turn, really kept and maintained his speed into and off the wall. Nikolai from St Leonard's having a good little swim in lane 3. He'll turn into this freestyle lap in second. But Tian, he's renowned for his freestyle. Speed and power are definitely his thing. Pulling away here, just looking really strong. The race is on for second. Toby versus Nikolai. I think Toby might have it. Tian touches him first, 2:10.65. Toby Callahan second, 2:13.74, sorry. And Nikolai from St Leonard's, 2:14.06. Those are your top three. Heat 4 of this men's 15-year-olds 200 IM. You are missing your outside lanes 0, 8 and 9 in this heat. Halfway through, Owen Kruger in lane 2 is your leader at the moment from Westbourne Aquatic. As Alexander Tari in lane 5 from Loretto Aquatic with a really nice breaststroke swim here. Having a bit of a cheeky look out to the side of the pool to see where everyone else is. This has definitely been an interesting IM swim. Lots of lead changes. The race is on, coming down to touch here in this last lap of freestyle. Riley Lowe from Traralgon really powering it home. And he's going to touch in first, 2:27.82. Moving on to our next event on the program, it's event 21, the boys 14-year-olds 200-metre individual medley. You have 5 heats in this event. Definitely having a few longer holds on the starts at the moment. Officials can hold those athletes up to about 5 seconds on there before having to make them stand down if it's taking too long. They tend to change how long they hold so that athletes can't predict the start. And your leader at the moment, lane 4, Tarwin, he's back after winning the 400 freestyler earlier this morning. With a really strong swim so far in this 200 IM. Really nice crossover turn there. William Tan in lane 7 having a really good swim here as well, St Leonard's Swimming Club. He's currently in second. But here come the breaststrokers. I don't think anyone's going to catch Tarwin in this race. $50 to go. There is not a lot of gap between that second and sixth place. Darcy Stewart putting the motor on. You can see that kick increase, really lifting to that 6-beat kick to finish off the race. He'll take second, but it's Tarwin from Nunawading, 2:15.40. Darcy Stewart, second, 2:17.38. And third will go to Will Tan out in lane 7, 2:19.79. Heat 2's in the water. Your lane 4, Lenny Grigor from Swimming Gold Coast. We know he's on fire today. He had a great swim from out in lane 9 earlier. We've got Louis G in lane 5 from Nunawading. Really great backstroke boy. Prefers to do backstroke for aerobic sets than freestyle because his backstroke tends to be faster. So really keep an eye on where he sits in this next leg of the medley. And not really surprising there, Lewis G in lane 5, turning in first. But Lenny Grigor with that underwater on the breaststroke really powered away, creating a bit of distance between him and the field now. Brodie Cargill, your swimmer in lane 6 from Traralgon Swimming Club, he's sitting in second. Lenny with a dominant swim here. It's about 3 body lengths between him and Lewis. Taking first, Lenny Grigor, 2:12.42. Lewis G second, 2:16.99. And Brodie Cargill hangs on for third, 2:21.23. Heat 3. Next up. Couple of athletes missing from this heat. No swimmer in lane 1 or lane 2. Bit of a glide into the wall on that turn from Harry Heath, who leads us through lane 4, Nunawading. He'll turn in a 29.3. It's a bit of a battle of the Harrys here in lane 4 and 5, both Nunawading boys. These athletes who are coming back in for finals tonight, after this race, they'll be going and chatting to their coaches about the things they can do to improve their race. For some of these swimmers, if it's the likes of gliding into the walls, it can definitely make a big difference to time. Coaches won't be making too many technique changes between heats and finals. That's the sort of thing they'll be doing back at training. But those little skills can definitely be thought about a bit more during the race. They'll be the priorities. And it's going to be Harry Heath in lane 4, touching first. On the wall, 2:14.38. Little battle going on for second here. It will be Ballarat Gold's Will Luo in a 2:21.09, followed by Harry Luo of Nunawading, 2:21.53. Heat 4 in the water now. This is not one of our circle-seated heats, which means all athletes in this field are sitting around that 2:34, 2:35 mark. They'll be all looking to try and swim a personal best time this morning. Lane 1, Alexander High's gone out really fast in his fly leg, 29.58. Quite similar to some of the speeds we saw earlier in those seeded heats. Definitely challenging to be this far in front in a heat swim. You do like to have someone a bit closer to you generally to push you along. But that's why these athletes all have their race plans ready to go. They'll be swimming their own individual race, however that might look. Working on their strengths in particular. Trying to build through, not expend too much energy early on so they can complete the 200 and finish really strongly at the end. As you might have just saw, our swimmer in lane 4 from Warrnambool, Josh Fitzgerald, just having a look over. He's noticed Alex out there in lane 1. He's going to be doing everything he can to try and catch him. Alexander's definitely setting the pace in this this heat 4. strong finish, 2:25.09. That is a 10-second drop for Alexander in lane 1, representing MLC Swimming Club. Followed onto the wall by Josh Fitzgerald from Warrnambool, 2:28.86. And Spencer Davies out in lane 7 from Melton Swimming Club. He'll take third, 2:29.42. Onto our 5th and final heat of the boys' 14-year-olds 200-metre individual medley. Heat 5, and we have 5 swimmers in the pool. Leading us through for the butterfly leg, it's going to be Jack Green in lane 4 from St Leonard's Swimming Club. Xavier Telford in lane 3, the swimmer from Shepparton Swimming Club, just starting to make his move now on this breaststroke leg. Really solid effort here. Jack trying to hang in there. $50 meters to go for all our athletes in the pool. Xavier Telford just really put the motor on in that breaststroke. He's going to be a hard man to catch here. Good freestyle leg from Lucas Kemp from East Gippsland Water Dragons. Xavier touches first, 2:30.33. Lucas, 2:36.08. He'll take second. And Jack Green will hang on for third in that heat at the 2:36.83. The next event you'll see isn't the next event on the program. We actually have a swim-off now for the men's 50 freestyle. So a swim-off is when 2 athletes swim the same time in heats, and we need to separate them for who's going into the final. It's the battle of the Melbourne Vic Centre boys here. Alessandro Pozzoli, from Vic Centre in lane 4, and Heath Corrie in lane 5. Boys not choosing to face each other at the start. The race is on. It's Heath Corrie with the better start and underwater. He's going to lead us through. Takes a breath onto that wall. Oh, but Alessandro, good turn. It's going to be close. splitting hairs here. I think Alessandro is going to hold it. 24.36. Heath Corrie second, 24.58. Good camaraderie at the end of the pool. All serious before, all smiles afterwards. That's what we like to see here. Good job, boys. Now we'll move on to the next event on our program. This is event 23, the boys 13-year-olds 100-meter breaststroke. There are 3 heats in this event. On the blocks, you have heat 1. Your fastest entry time in this event is lane 4, Martin Hembling, a visitor from Somerset Swimming Club on the Gold Coast. Some really great breaststroke going on here at the moment. So good to see these young guys. So good technically. Really nice underwaters and skills. Sitting really high in the water. You see that good solid drive forward on the recovery and getting the hips up to the surface. These swimmers don't want to have their legs dragging too low in the water and slowing them down. On to touch. Martin Hembling, Somerset Swimming Club, 112.78. Your first Victorian in this heat, Xavier Eagle, St Leonard's Swimming Club, 114.94. And it's our swimmer from Bendigo East out in lane 2, Sebastian Mansfield, who's taken third in that heat with a 116.67. Heat 2 in the water now. This one you'll see our fastest seated Victorian swimmer. In lane 4, it's Cormac Flynn from South Gippy Bass Swimming Club. Coming into the 50-metre wall. Looks like it's going to be Anjay Lamb of that Northwest Aquatic. We did speak earlier about how they seem to be producing some really great breaststrokes the last few years. And this is no exception. I just love the determination of these young athletes. I spoke to Jeremy Watson in lane 8 from DBE Swimming Club and I said, what's your plan? What's your race plan today? And he just said, beat the people on the inside of me. And I really, really respect that enthusiasm. But it is going to be Anjay Lamb in lane 5 who's going to take out this heat. He'll touch the wall in a 114.09. Cormac Flynn for South Gippy Bass, 115.77. And in third, Gabriel from MLC, he's touched in a 117.48. So it looks like that 117 mark is going to be the time to go under in order to make some finals for this event tonight. Third and final heat. Another one of those Northwest Aquatics boys here in lane 4. It's Noah Cure. He's going to lead us around at the 50-metre mark in a 34, so really solid first 50. Harold Zhu chasing him from Nunawading in lane 3. But it's Lucas Din with the best third lap here. Oasis Otters swimmer looking strong, trying to finish this last lap. This is the hard part. Get onto that wall. The legs are burning. The arms are burning. Noah gonna touch first, 1:15.76. Lucas will finish in second, 1:17.06, and third will be Harold Zhu from Nunawading, 1:18.52. Your next event on the program, event 25, the men's 17-18 years 200 metres individual medley. There are 4 heats in this event. Plenty of familiar names, a lot of which raced recently at the Victorian Open Shortcourse Championships. Evan Chi, your fastest seed in this event, has been so dominant at a national level in the IM over the last few years.
Infraction report for event 21, heat 4, lane 3. Turn not executed at completion of the arm pull after turning onto the breast of the turn at the turn in the backstroke section. So that is event 21, heat 4, lane 3.
Evan with an absolute masterclass on turns and underwaters in this event. He'll turn in first. Liam Malloy from Cheltenham Swimming Club, he's going to turn in second. Now you'd expect him to have quite a strong last 50 here. He is known for his 200 and 400 freestyle. Evan looks like he's just switched off here. He doesn't need to expend all his energy this morning. Cruises into the wall, 1:52.19. I think that's his time from the last lap. So we'll wait and see when the board corrects what his actual finishing time was. Liam Malloy from Cheltenham finished in second, 2:06.73. Heat 2 in the water. Expect to probably see a few lead changes in this one. Lots of athletes with different strengths in the pool at the moment. You've got Jacob Nimmo in lane 7, really dominant breaststroker. Connor Hayes, superb distance freestyler, known for his open water. Cam Rashini from lane 4, Geelong swimmer. He's led us around 27.4. The 18-year-old in this heat. Such a good effort for a lot of these athletes will be completing their years 11 and 12. So to maintain the intense training load needed to compete at these championships is a really good show of balance in their lifestyles and hard work. But Cam's just looking super strong here. He's going to take off for this freestyle leg. It's going to take a lot of work to mow him down and catch him. The boys in lanes 5 and 6, they're going to have a crack. Breathing away from one another at the moment. They'll turn to face each other on this final lap. Cam's just switched off. He's having a nice swim down already. And onto the wall, 2:09.75. Daniel from Surrey Park, he'll take second, 2:10.40, and Justin from Nunawading in third, 2:10.60. Heat 3 in the water now. Lanes 4 and 5 are visitors from Gold Coast and HC Swim Club. You'll notice we have some really great 200-metre medley swimmers in this event, but you'll also notice some sort of outside names that you might not be renowned for swimming this race. On day one, a lot of athletes like to swim something that isn't their main event just to tick one off and get a swim under their belt, really set the tone for the meet. The medley's always a good choice. A lot of these athletes will train a bit of medley as well just to mix up their training so they're not always doing the same stroke. But it's Daniel Shilcock in lane 5 from HC. Seems to be running away with this swim a little bit at the moment. Matthew Lowe, second. And it's our swimmer from propulsion, Tyler Theodore, in lane 3, currently in 3rd place. As you can hear the kick intensify in this last leg of freestyle. Not going to have too many changes to where we were earlier. Daniel will take first, 2:05.02. Matthew second, 2:07.22, and Tyler in third, 2:10.50. This is your 4th and final heat of the men's 17-18 200 metre individual medley. There are 3 swimmers in this final heat. Some strong butterfly legs from the boys here. Kaylin Nathaniels from Melbourne Swimming Club turning in a 28.95. He's going to hang on to that lead halfway after the backstroke leg. Austin Robbins from Bendigo East Swimming Club really trying to narrow that gap, putting in a solid breaststroke leg. And there's almost 2 seconds between first and second, who have turned equal, the 2 boys in the outside lanes here. Austin just having the better of the turns. But it's going to be Kaylin who leads us through. He's going to touch first in a 2:17.40, about a 6-second PB there. Austin will take second, and Ryan will take third. Continuing on with our medleys this morning, we have event 27 up next, the boys 16-year-olds 200 metre IM. There are 4 heats in this event, and in the water you have heat 1. Your fastest qualifier in lane 4, Felix Dressel-Jabrun from Melbourne Swimming Club. There's not a lot separating our first three athletes in this heat. Lanes 4, 5 and 3, middle of the pool. Brian Zeng from MLC getting the better of the turns in the underwaters in this breaststroke leg. But it looks like Thomas Sutherland, good breaststroker out in lane 3, might turn into the freestyle in first. Yes, he does. Brian Zeng, MLC in second. Felix from Melbourne Swimming Club in third. And this is going to be a fight to the finish for these boys. Who wants to get their hand on the wall first? This first heat really sets the pace for the other heats. They get to watch and see what times are going to be necessary for them to do to make that final this afternoon. Looks like Brian wants it the most. Just lifting a lot in this last 10 metres. Onto the wall, he'll touch first, 208.71, followed by Felix, 209.54, and Thomas Sutherland in third, 209.81. Heat 2 in the water. Some of our sprinters bringing it out to this 200-metre distance. Ash Nichols, one of your strongest swimmers in the 50 freestyle earlier. Heath Corrie over in lane 0. He's one of the boys you just saw in that swim-off before. Nicholas Hyland in lane 2, Ivanhoe Aquapower, really good backstroker. He'll be wanting to absolutely nail this leg of the IM. Into turn, Ash Nichols will hold on in that first spot, 101.74. Josh Wachowski having a really nice swim in lane 5 from MLC. Good breaststroker here, keeping the length on the stroke so it still looks relaxed, still getting that glide in. Noah Conn in lane 3 also had a good breaststroke leg. He's put himself into third position. Joshua really pulling away here. Onto the wall, 206.81. Ash Nichols will take second, 210.54. And Noah Conn in third, 215.89. This is your third heat. We're missing a couple of athletes in this one. No swimmer in lane 3 or lane 6. So looking to open up a few positions in that final. Around that 2:15, 2:16 low should get you there. As they go to turn into the backstroke leg. Jake Ridley from Cheltenham Swimming Club, he's going to lead you out. Jack Gibson in lane 4, MLC, he'll be in second. Looks like the fight's going to be on between these two middle lanes for first. And then the rest of the field, it's really anyone's game for that second spot. At the moment, it's Cooper Rushmeyer over there from DVE Aquatic in lane 1. So far, Jake let us through in the fly. Jack's let us through in the backstroke, but Jake is back in front after this breaststroke leg. Really just keeping the arms and legs moving, always propelling forward. Good turn and underwater, didn't breathe on the first stroke. And on the wall, Jake Ridley, Cheltenham Swimming Club, 208.52 will take out heat 3. Jack Gibson, MLC, 211.58. And sneaking into third in lane 7, Benjamin Nolter from Melton Swimming Club in a 219.09. Your fourth and final heat here. The men's 16-year-olds 200 metres individual medley. Looking really strong in this butterfly leg is Leo Buckle from Melbourne Swimming Club in lane 4. A good underwater on that backstroke turn from Samuel Churchwood. But a little outside smoker here in lane 1. It's Dominic Butcher from Tiger Sharks. He'll touch first after the backstroke leg. This is where the race always gets interesting. Onto the breaststroke. It's that third 50 of a 200. It's where everyone's hurting a little bit. It's who can push through it and tough it out till the end. Look at this, super close here. Thomas Radford, lane 6. I think Leo Buckle in lane 4 might just touch first. And Henry, breaststroker from Cheltenham, he had a great leg there. 25 metres to go. It's Sam Churchwood. He said, see you later. Put the motor on. There come the legs. 2:23.14. Leo will take second, 2:25.82, and Radford in third, 2:26.32. Which brings us to our next event on the program. It is event 29, the boys 15-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. A super speedy one. These boys looking to go under that 26-second mark, some of them under that 24-second mark. This is fast. Do note we are missing our fastest seed in this event, lane 4. As always, 50 free, anyone's game here. At the moment, this heat, I think it's going to be Nicholas Kearns of Melbourne Swimming Club touching in first, 24.30. He's followed through by Ethan McDonald of Gold Coast Swimming, 24.51. And Adam from Laverton Wyndham Aquatics, he steals third in a 24.94, just under that 25 mark. So nice work there. So with Max missing from lane 4 of the first heat, Sam Welsh in lane 4 here becomes your fastest seeded swimmer. He's our only other swimmer with an entry time sub 24 seconds in a 23.95. He looks pretty strong here. I think he might take out this heat. He will. 23.88. Well done. That is a good swim. Second, Luca from Gold Coast Swimming, 24.47. And third, Eric from Nunawading, 24.60. On to heat 3, Tian Berger backing it up after a really solid 200 IM just before. But this is the one he really loves, the 50 free. George Huang from Surrey Park, not letting him have it all his own way, but he will take it out in a very speedy time, 23.69, meaning he is currently your fastest swimmer going into finals tonight. George will take second, 24.26. And third, cheeky swim out in lane 1, Henry Allen, Bendigo East, 24.69. Heat 4 in the water, 10 meters to go. It will be lane 5, Sean Lamb from Artemis Swimming Club, 25.37, just ahead of Oscar Eddy from Swimming Gold Coast, 25.66. And taking third, it's Riley Hodgins from DVE Aquatic in a 26.16 there. Coming into touch for Heat 5, your winner of this heat, Benjamin Needham, St Leonard's Swimming Club, 25.82. Zion Rogers of Melbourne Swimming Club touches in second, 26.10. And Billy Boyd from South Gippy Bass in third, 26.24. There are 7 heats of this event. This next one is Heat 6. Really looking to see those athletes getting their head down to flip themselves over as quickly as possible onto that wall. Pump those fly kicks off and break out and transition really smoothly. Cody Bird in lane 4, Bendigo East, 26.05. This is your 7th and final heat of event 29, the boys 15-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. So another quite long hold on the blocks there for these boys in Heat 7. Often what's going on when they are held for a long period of time is the officials might be noticing someone moving on the block, someone not quite settled. To start the race, they need everyone to be as still as possible, so no movement. And it's the swimmer in lane 7. I believe he's got a Ballarat gold cap on. He'll take out that heat, 26.21. Just ahead of Charlie Farrell from Flyers, 26.54. Straight into our next event on the program. It is event 31, the boys 14 years 100-metre butterfly. We have 3 heats in this event. Lane 4, Lenny Grigor of Swimming Gold Coast is your fastest qualifier in this event with a 58 flat. See what he can do after some really nice swims earlier today. just an example of the level of talent that we've had in this event over the last few years. The current record for this event was set by Jaden Hadler at a 52.3, and the Victorian record held by Oliver Nash is a 56.20, so that's the one that's been swum at this event. Coming into touch, Lenny Grigor, 58.35. Tarwin in second, 101.16. And William Tan will take third, 102.73. Very long underwater there by lane 3, Eli Billman of Ivanhoe Swim. Looks like he'll hit the wall first at 50 metres, so halfway point. But this third lap, this is where the game starts. Ishan Marav from Swimming Gold Coast has taken over, and he's just pulling away. Keeping rhythm, breathing every stroke. Super powerful swim. 59.21. Harry Heath from Nunawading, he'll touch in second, 100.57. And Eli will hang on for third, 101.14. On to our third and final heat of this event. And we've got another of the Gold Coast boys in lane 4 here in Julian Angus. Gee, these boys must love 100 butterfly. Pretty close race so far. Louis G out in lane 3. He's going to touch in first. This third lap is where we start to see people pull away. Just like in our previous heat. And it will be our swimmer from Gold Coast who hits the wall first. Julian will take out this heat, 59.99, just sneaking under that minute mark. Lewis G from Nunna, he'll be second, 101.11. And Bart from Ringwood, he'll touch in third, 101.27. Absolutely flying through the events this morning. Next one up is our boys, the 13-year-olds, 200-metre freestyle. There are just 2 heats in this event. Our 200 freestyle is such a challenging race on the program in how athletes decide to swim it. So you tend to see a lot of athletes who come from a sprint background, they're really going to try and put it out a lot faster in the first 100 and work on that hang-on mentality in the second half. We also have a lot of swimmers who come from a 400 or 800 metre background who come down to this 200 metre event. So you'll really see them come through in the second half of this race, particularly that third 50, and come home strong at the end. At the moment, your lead group, we have Jake Riches from Geelong, Harrison Main from Wodonga City, and Noah Chappell from Melbourne Vic Centre. They've sort of broken away from the rest of the field. Lanes 4 and 5, almost going stroke for stroke. Harrison definitely had the better of lap 3, or the third 50, I should say, which is laps 5 and 6. Keep in mind, though, these boys will have to come back and re-swim this tonight in the final. So they just want to get a good, solid time this morning. Harrison takes first, 204.36. Jake second, 204.68, and Noah in third, 207.57. This is your second and final heat of the boys 13-year-olds 200 metres freestyle. Cody from Traralgon in lane 4, he is your fastest qualifier in this heat. Going out nice and strong. Also doing a really great job early on here is lane 7, Keegan from Bayside. He's sitting in third at the moment. And doesn't look like he's letting up anytime soon. In fact, he might be making a little bit of ground on these two lead boys. As they come into turn, it's the halfway mark, 100.84. So very similar to those boys in Heat 1. $50 meters to go. William Goldstraw in lane 5's just taken the lead by 5/100ths of a second. He breathes towards Cody on this lap, but away from him on the last lap. So Cody will be able to see him, and he's just put the motor on a bit. He saw he was behind. He doesn't want to finish second in this heat. Head down onto the wall. 204.82 for Cody of Traralgon, and then William of Melbourne Vixen, 205.10. Keegan from Bayside out in lane 7, he's hung on for a 208.97. Now that is a huge drop for him with an entry time of 216.6. It's a great swim from lane 7. Well done. Up now, event 35 on your program. It is the mixed 12 to 18 years 50 metre freestyle multi-class. In this event, we have both males and females, all ages between that 12 to 18, and multiple classifications as well. So that just means it's not necessarily the first person to touch the wall that is your winner. It's whoever can get closest to their record, FINA record or World Aquatics record in their classification. Cooper Harrington will take out first in that heat by time, 35.05. And Dorothy Pascoe from NAST will be in second, 35.87. This is your second and final heat up next. And they're off. Just remember, anyone with the same classification of the same gender will have the same time that they're going for. So whoever touches that wall first between them, they will be ahead. So they are racing one another if they are the same classification and the same gender. Onto the wall, 26.21. It's Riley Blitz of Geelong. Also from Geelong, James Logan, he'll touch in second, 28.69. And Hamish Keenan from Swimmerland Swimming Club will touch in third. Your first female onto the wall is Lisa Bale in lane 8 from Niatube Sun Hill. Now it's back to some fun, some splash and dash. It's the big boys here, the boys 17, 18 years 50 freestyle. We'll hear a lot of those slaps going on behind the blocks. Toby McComish in lane 4 is your fastest qualifier here with a time of 22.49. He'll turn in first as well. Really good underwater. You can see that water just going straight over the top of his cap where he keeps his head nice and still. 22.68. Ollie McKenzie will take second from Surrey Park, 23.65. And Alan from Essendon Aquatic will take third, 23.91. Heat 2 in the water now. No swimmer in lane 3 in this heat. There was also no swimmer in lane 3 in heat 1. Liam Malloy looks to be ahead here, but it's definitely going to come down to touch. And it might be Aidan Ross of Melbourne with a fast hand onto the wall there. 23.93, just ahead of Liam, 23.97.
Infraction report for event 28, heat 3, lane 3, initiating a start before the signal. That is event 28, heat 3, lane 3.
Go, Marky!
Heat 3 in the water now. This is your third and final of the circle-seated heats. And it's lane 4 and 5 out in front. There might be a cheeky lane 7 for third. It's going to be Alan Liang, 23.51 in first. James Lewina, second, 23.72. And Matthew Lowe in lane 7 will finish in third, 24.05. Heat 4 of 5 in the water now. The outside lane's having a really nice swim here. But it looks like lane 5 might be on the wall first. It's Jacob Matsuka from Melbourne Swimming Club, 25.33. Rory Mockenville from MLC, 25.56. Just ahead of Cooper in lane 6, 25.60 for 100s between second and third there. Which brings us to our fifth and final heat of this event, men's 17-18 years, 50-metre freestyle. You've got 3 swimmers in this race. Almost like a mini swim-off here. Riley Blitz, who's just got out from the multi-class 50 freestyle, backing it up. He went 26.2, I believe, in his individual just moments ago. So this is going to be a real test of his fitness. It's going to be close for first. Oof. 25.54, Tate Peterson, Shepparton Swimming Club. Second, 25.59, only 5/100, Dylan Skinner. And Riley backs it up, 26.39, so only really 0.1 over what he just swam. Very impressive there. Event 39, the boys 16 years 200 metre breaststroke is your next event in the water. There are 2 heats in this event. Definitely a bit of a change of pace. The 200 breaststroke, we're looking to see that nice long glide at the front of the stroke. Whereas in our sprint breaststroke, so your 50 and even more like the 100, you don't see as much of that. So when the hands are fully extended, they're going to tend to go straight back onto the catch and the pull. In the 200, we want to see them rest there for a little bit longer, really reaching out from the athletes. And Thomas Sutherland in lane 4 is putting on a lovely display for me right now of how that looks.
Head down. Good.
Most athletes in this event are looking for consistency between their 50-metre splits. We tend to find that first 50, having the dive start in it, is a little bit quicker, but then really trying to make sure that the next 3 are as similar as possible and we don't see too much drop off at the end. We're also making sure that our athletes are really pushing themselves through the middle of the swim. So not having that soft middle, making sure that they really tough it out.
Good. 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 On, Joe.
Coming into the wall here, it's going to be Thomas Sutherland in lane 4 from Propulsion Swimming Club in a 2:21.05. He's followed in by Felix of Melbourne Swimming Club, 2:23.31. And Mitchell Davies from Melton will touch in third, 2:27.80. As Felix gives his shoulders a bit of a shrug. Yeah, he'll take that time. Not bad, he says. I'm happy with that. So looking for top 10 fastest to go through to finals this afternoon. Some more athletes sporting those cupping marks on their back. Lane 3, Thomas Greenwood of Surrey Park, one of them. Josh Wachowski of MLC, he'll turn in first. Greenwood of Surrey Park, he's in second. Probably known more for his sprint breaststroke. So it'll be interesting to see who can hang on. as Josh turns in a 108.5. He's followed through by Thomas in a 112.11. And it's Henry from Cheltenham out in lane 6 in third currently. And they've got 50 metres to go now. Josh with a really solid lead here. He's coming in with 25 metres to go onto that last turn. Good to see him keeping those turns really tight on the wall. You don't want to see those arms coming up and over and waving at everyone in the stands. You want to keep it really close to your face, close to your body. Make yourself as small as possible and get around and off that wall as quickly as you can. And Josh touches in a 2:23.01. Second will be Thomas Greenwood, 2:30.92. And close for second, it's going to be Henry of Cheltenham, 2:37.60. That concludes your 16-year-olds 200 metres breaststroke. And we move on to event 41, the boys 15-year-olds 100 metre butterfly. Moving away from that middle distance breaststroke event, now we have some sprint fly. You can hear the thumping of those kicks as the athletes go out in their first lap of this 4-lap swim. Eric He looking really solid in lane 4 for Nunawading. He'll turn in a 26.63. Most of the boys in this field opting for that breathing every stroke style of butterfly. Maintaining that rhythm, getting plenty of oxygen around to all their muscles. As we come to touch, it'll be Eric He, a bit close to the wall there, but that's all right. 56.38, something he can definitely improve on this afternoon. Second will be Hamish Robson, 58.18, and third will go to Lachlan Rundle in a time of 1:00.05. Ever so close to breaking that 1 minute mark. Heat 2 in the water, definitely some interesting pre-race rituals going on. You notice behind the blocks before they start, athletes go through a process. Most of them, they'll do the exact same thing every time before they race.
Could we please
how they
have
get in their
Arika
zone.
Adenko and Lucy Doyle to the TD desk, please?
It's the point where they get really psyched up and ready to go. Henry Allen leads us through, 27.51. And he's going to maintain that lead. Onto the wall now, 59.26. Xavier from Nunawading in second, 1:00.32. And Peter from Melton in a 101.63. He'll take third in that heat. Your third and final heat of the men's 15 years 100 metres butterfly is in the water now. Just missing a few of those outside lanes here. George Huang of Surrey Park turns in first, 27.04. And he's on the wall in a 57.57. It's a nice easy time for him to remember. Adam will take second, 59.67, and Toby of MLC will take third, 100.63. Next event on the program, event 43, the boys 14-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. These young guys are getting ready to wind it up. We've got some slaps going, a lot of focus. Just experiencing some problems with our starting at the moment. So the boys are going to try and keep themselves warm, try and keep themselves focused. Hopefully this is giving the boys just a little bit more adrenaline waiting for the start to actually begin. And away they go. Ishan Morev in lane 4 from Swimming Gold Coast is your fastest entry into this event. And he's looking really strong. Came off that wall and just powered out of the transition. It's going to be a close one for second. Ishan, 24.38. Aston, second, 24.96. And Luca will take third, 25.22. And heat 2 is underway. Tarwin in lane 5 from Nunawading probably got the best start in the pool there. And was good off the turn too. So he's leading us through. Adonis from Melbourne Vixen is going to finish strong, but probably not quite going to get there. Tarwin will take first, 25.12. Adonis in second, 25.16. And third will go to Jimmy in a 25.49. A few names in this one that you're probably already sick of hearing today. They've backed it up over and over again. Now in for a little dash here. The 50 freestyle. Harry Heath leading us. Will he get his hand on the wall first? Just 24.77. Bart Opowicz from Ringwood, 24.88 in second. And third place, Matthew Mace, 25.57. Heat 4 in the water now. A lot of these boys up and racing really quickly, not spending too much time on that underwater. I know lane 5, Ash Lansbury, he loves a chat and he loves a race too, so he'll be just having a great time out there now. Looks like Jeff Connor in lane 6 is going to be your leader here. He'll touch the wall in a 26.14. That's almost a full second personal best swim, which over a 50 metre at this level is pretty crazy. Second will go to Xavier Telford, 26.34. And we move on to heat 5 of 6. Lane 0 was up and racing very quickly then. I think it's going to come from lane 7 though for the win. It will. Caden Kwa, MLC, first 27.04. Second, Billy Fisher, 27.21. And a lot of action from that far side of the pool. Brody Cargill in lane 1 takes third, 27.22. Only 1/100th of a second there between second and third. This is your 6th and final heat of the men's 14 years 50 metre freestyle. A very close race to finish us off. Another 1/100th of a second difference between first and second, but Sydney Johns takes it from MLC, 26.84, just over Oscar Skahan from Flyers. As we move on now to event 45 in your programs, the boys 13-year-olds 100 metre butterfly. There are 2 heats in this event. Jake in lane 4 here is your fastest qualifier into this event, with his entry time of a 1:03.44.
Could we please have the following people over to the medal presentation area? Dorothy Pascoe from North Albury, Tyra Jensen from Warragul, Lisa Bale from Naya Two Bays Swan Hill, Evie Lee from Geelong, Sarah Howe from Ballarat Gold, Kira Warwick from Flyers Swim Team, Phoebe Edwards from Monbulk Aquatic, Eli Kerr from Warrnambool, Cooper Harrington from Yarra Plenty Waves, Hamish Keenan from Swimland, James Logan from Geelong, and Lockie Ballion from Terrelgan.
And a nice heat swim there from Jake, a 1:03.66. Anjay Lamp from Northwest, he'll take second in a 1:06.64. And William Kao from MLC, he'll take third in a 1:07.32. Next up, we've got the second and the final heat of the boys' 13-year-olds 100-metre butterfly. Coming into the 50-metre turn, lane 4, Harrison Main is going to lead us through, touching at a 30.10, really setting himself up for a nice swim this morning. So great to see a lot of country athletes doing really well. Our last heat, Jake from Geelong. This heat, Wodonga City, Warragul. And a great swim as well from William Goldstraw out in lane 7. He's had a great morning. Harrison will touch first, 1:05.85. Campbell second, 1:06.86. And William will take third in that heat with a 1:07.65. So Pool 1 will be having a short break now as we wait for Pool 2 to conclude their events for the morning before we do the 800 and the 1500. So both those events will be starting at the same time to ensure that everyone, as it's a mixed event, has time to recover so that there's not girls in these events that are swimming at the moment needed to be over here for their 800.
I'd like to draw your attention over to the medal presentation area where we're presenting the medals for event 35, the girls 12 to 14, 50 metre freestyle multi-class. In third place from Geelong Swimming Club, Evie Lee. In second place from Naya 2 Bay Swan Hill, Lisa Bale. The first place Victorian from Warragul Swimming Club, Kyra Jensen. And in first place from North Albury, Dorothy Pascoe with a time of 35.87. Presenting the medalists for event 35, the girls 15 to 18 50 metre freestyle multi-class. In third place from Monbulk Aquatic, Phoebe Edwards. In second place from Flyers Swim Team, Kira Warwick. And in first place from Ballarat Gold, Sarah Howe. Presenting the medalists for event 35, the boys 12 to 14 50 metre freestyle multi-class. In second place from Yarra Plenty Waves, Cooper Harrington. And in first place from Warrnambool Swimming Club, Eli Kerr. Presenting the medalists for event 35, the boys 15 to 18 50 metre freestyle multi-class. In third place from Terrelgan, Lockie Ballion. In second place from Geelong, James Logan. And in first place from Swimland, Hamish Keenan. Also has been passed on to me that we are celebrating 18th birthday today. So big happy birthday to Byron Ward. So happy birthday to you.
In the water here, a bit of an exhibition swim, 50-metre freestyle by the two swimming Gold Coast team members, Julian and Jimmy. Jimmy led them out, but Julian with the better underwater here. It's going to be close again. 25.660, Julian Angus. programs. This is the mixed 800 metre freestyle, ages 15 to 18. We now have 5 heats in this event, so the first 2 heats have been combined. So instead of 6 heats, we have 5 heats on our program for our 800 metre freestyle. Now the 800 metre swim in a short course pool is 32 laps of freestyle, meaning 31 tumble turns for our athletes. So definitely need those good quality skills and to be able to complete them under that fatigue of 30 laps. This first heat, we're only missing one lane, and that is lane 5. So what these girls will be trying to do in this race is really set themselves up, try and feel comfortable, get into a nice rhythmic stroke that they can just keep going and repeating over and over. The coaches on the side, they'll be taking a few different stats on this. So they'll be, first of all, obviously looking at their splits, so how long it's taking them to complete every lap. Most of them will be breaking it down by 50 metres or 100 metres. They'll also be looking at their stroke rate. So to take a stroke rate, it's how many times the arms go around in a minute. And to do that, we time them for 3 strokes, and our magical stopwatches work out the rest for us. We can begin to see when athletes fatigue, if those numbers start dropping. We can also tell they're not holding water as well if we see a gradual and high increase in stroke rate. So that just means that they're probably not holding water as well. Having a nice little swim in lane 9 is Michaela Larkin from Cheltenham Swimming Club. Usually we see her in backstroke and medley events, but today she's having a little bit of a crack at an 800. She's doing really well, looking really comfortable. Nice high elbows, so we know that she's recovering well and not overexpending energy. So she's led us around at the 200 metre mark, followed by Charlotte Graham of St Leonard's over in lane 4. And Hayley Barkley's turned in 3rd from MLC in a 2:21. All the swimmers are looking pretty relaxed here. It's a lovely afternoon for an 800 freestyle. We are 300 metres into this 800, and I'm joined this afternoon by Annalise Warren, known to her swimmers as Coach Andy down at Geelong. She's actually got one of the swimmers in the other pool competing in the next event, which is the 1500 metre freestyle, and someone competing in our next heat of this 800 freestyle. So she knows a thing or two about coaching distance athletes. Andy, what do these guys do in preparation for an event like this?
Yeah, look, we do a lot of aerobic training. I've got a bit of an advantage, both the swimmers that I coach in this 800 and 1500 coming up. Also do some surf swimming as well, so they've got that background with the surf swimming, which is long distance as well. But yeah, really just a lot of pace work, trying to get consistent stroke rate. For short course, still really emphasising on the turns, getting their feet to the wall nice and fast, feet to flags, not working too much in the underwaters, exerting energy there, but still trying to get that power off the walls.
Absolutely. And for a lot of these athletes, we know that after this race today, some of them will be coming back for a final swim this afternoon, and others coming back tomorrow and the next day to participate in more events. What kind of recovery are they looking at? So what are they doing straight after this swim today and even tonight after finals?
Yeah, look, obviously, you know, swimmers will do their pool cool down, but the emphasis is really on the nutrition, rehydration, even the nutrient intake as well. So, yeah, really looking at that restore, rehydrate, and recouping. So rest comes into that too. So, yeah, making sure that they're getting plenty of carbohydrates, but then for that recovery, the protein aspect as well. And, you know, swimmers often find it a bit tricky to drink being in the water so much, but, yeah, really trying to emphasise on the importance of that hydration and with the electrolytes to bonus that a bit as well.
Yeah, 100%. Even though it's not super hot outside, it's definitely warm in this swim centre today. How do you go in telling your athletes or reminding them to stay hydrated when you're busy watching, obviously, 2 pools operating? What's that like? Do you have someone running around telling them? Are they pretty good?
I'm just a superhuman. No. Team managers, parents can be useful, you know, making sure that parents understand the importance. Parents are there to support our athletes, so yeah, really utilising them to help in that aspect. But yeah, I constantly remind them. So hopefully between team managers, coaches and parents, they get the message, and hopefully, you know, they can even remind each other. We try and do that bit of that teamwork as well.
Yeah, so Andy, you've just spoken about how important the parents are at this comp. So a huge shout out to all our swimming families out there. In particular, you'll notice down on deck during these longer distance events, we actually have lap counters so the swimmers have an idea of where they're at. Obviously, most of your athletes, they should be counting their own laps, but it can be quite tricky if you're doing something like an 800 with 32 laps. So we have those parents down on deck. They'll be flicking over the numbers after the swimmers have turned around. So that's how many laps they have to go in this race. So they'll wait for them to turn. Once they get past those flags, they'll flip over the number and it'll be going down each time. So massive shout out, massive thank you to all these parents and swim amazing humans who have come down to help us on pool deck today. Also, while we're on it, a big shout out to our technical officials. They volunteer their time this whole weekend, quite long sessions, spending full days at the pool to come down and help us out. And they're absolutely vital for us to be able to run official competitions. So big thank you to those guys as well. All right, so Michaela's coming up to her last 100 here of this 800 freestyle. She's still your leader out in lane 9, followed by Charlotte in lane 4. Andy, what kind of race plan would these guys be trying to execute in something like an 800 freestyle? It's not like your sprints where you're just going to go all out in the beginning and hang on. There's a bit of strategy behind it, isn't there?
Yeah, there certainly is. And look, every swimmer and coach and, you know, everyone might have something a little bit different. The kind of classic, I suppose, is, you know, 4 200s, descending them as you go. I personally trying to get swimmers out that first 50 a bit faster, get some front water, and then settle into more of a rhythm after that. And then each 200, think about something extra to give. So whether that's increasing the power on the pull, increasing the kick, just each 200, finding something else just to keep that time basically consistent, because as they're starting to fatigue, compensating for that.
Absolutely. As we come down, lane 9, Michaela Larkin from Cheltenham Swimming Club hasn't done many of these before, but she's absolutely nailing this one with a superb swim from an outside lane. She's going to be our leader on this first heat. 9:15.76. Before this race, she was telling me she was worried she wasn't even going to go under 10 minutes, so that's a great swim from her. as you'll be able to hear all the other athletes getting that long whistle. That means they have 50 metres to go. Charlotte Graham from St Leonard's Swimming Club in lane 4. She's going to take second in this heat, 9:30.63. And Kira Carlin from Melbourne Vic Centre in third in 9:36.27. These girls have done such a great job. Awesome to note, lane 8, Izzy Osborne from MLC. She was also a little bit worried about this race. It is quite a long way, especially if you're more known for 100 metres butterfly. She's finished in 4th in a 9:36 as well. All right, now my little co-commentator Andy has to run off and go watch Heat 2 of the 1500, 13, 14 years. So wishing Summer Morgan the best of luck in her event, and good luck, Andy. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kalia. Thanks for having me. Good luck to all the swimmers for the rest of the weekend.
And that brings us to Heat 2 of our 800 freestyle 15 to 18 years mixed. We're just setting those lap counters up again, so once they're all ready to go, we'll get started here. So this is our second heat. This is a mixed event, even though that first heat was all of the girls. We do have both males and females in this race. And quite often I sort of get asked, what's it like sort of racing the boys? And I think it's actually a really great thing. I know a lot of girls really try and challenge themselves, give themselves that extra push. You know, there's something a bit satisfying about beating the boys in these longer distance races. So 50 metres in, a lot of them swimming around the same pace. These guys all have very similar entry times, so you won't see as much gap between them. You will see a few different styles of stroke. As Andy spoke about before, we have a lot of swimmers coming into these longer races from that surf background, so they tend to sit with a lot higher head position. They're used to riding waves and looking up to see where they're going and spotting. Then you have those classic pool swimmers. They have a lot lower head position, sitting really flat in the water and trying to keep their stroke even. As they go into the turn here, your leader is Aidan McGee from Geelong. I was very fortunate to spend some time over in Bustleton with Aidan earlier this year at the Australian National Open Water Championships. It was his first ever year competing, which was super exciting for him. And he did a fantastic job in a battle all the way to the end. And it looks a bit like that's what his strategy is here. So far at the moment, Emma Harrison from Cheltenham and Aidan are going pretty much head to head. as well as Sophie Jacker in lane 5 from Melbourne Swimming Club. The three of them are just starting to make a bit of a move on the field now. Enrico out in lane 9 from Propulsion. He's also having a ripper first half of his 800 freestyle, sitting in second from lane 9. Enrico continues to swim his own race out in lane 9 here, doing really well. On this way back, he just gets to look over and see where the rest of the field is, but on his way up, he's breathing towards the coaches, keeping his technique nice and even. While the guys over in the middle of the pool keep battling it out. Giving them a bit of a wave. Generally that means, come on, pick it up a little bit. A lot of the times they'll have certain symbols or signs that they do on the edge of the pool. Might mean speed up, increase your kick, rate up. And these are things they will have talked about with their athletes beforehand. Archer Lark in lane 2, starting to make his move now. And Emma Harrison really fighting along there. She's got more of that lope stroke that we see, so tends to be more dominant side, where she continues to breathe onto. The key for the likes of Aiden and Sophie in this race is just going to be to try and sit on the hip, not lose contact with these guys out in front. Just stay in it, really. Coach Marcus from Propulsion just telling Enrico to bring in those legs a little bit more now. He's got 200 metres to go, so this is where you'll see a lot of athletes really start to build in their race and use what they've got left for these last 8 laps. Archer Lark is sitting in second over in lane 2 from Melbourne Vic Centre. He's timed his race really nicely. just sat back at the start and he's gradually built through. He looks like on this lap he might just be overtaking Enrico out in lane 9. They're going to turn at a similar time, but yes, Archer, he's now in the lead. Still that close race for third as well, Emma Harris and Ada McGee. And Sophie Jacka just behind them. She's trying to keep in touch. All right, most of the swimmers in the field now with 100 metres to go. You'll hear them on their next turn. They will get that whistle signifying the last 50. Our amazing officials getting up, getting ready. Here it is, 50 to go. Archer Lark is your leader in lane 2. And the boys come in under the flags. It is going to be Archer Lark in a 9:07.74 seconds. He'll take out this heat. Second, Enrico Villegas from Propulsion Swimming Club, 9:08.68. Some big drops in time from those guys. Sophie Jacko with an awesome final lap, 9:14.92. She'll take third in that heat. And behind the blocks, we have heat 3 of 5 for our mixed 15 to 18, 800 metres freestyle. All right, and our third heat is underway. Really nice mix of athletes in this race. Males, females, 16 to 18 in this particular heat. More athletes we've seen represent their clubs at National Open Water Championships, so we know these distance events are going to be their forte. They'll most likely swim it a little bit different to the people who do more of the 200-400 middle distance races, so you tend to see them a little bit slower at the start and they'll really build through this race. coming into the 200-metre mark, your leaders are Alexander Cartel and Giselle Davey. Alex from Melbourne Swimming Club, Giselle from Melbourne Vic Centre. Nice little rivalry here. Also interesting to note, you might see Taru in lane 2 swimming for Cheltenham, wearing the Cheltenham cap but with a V next to his name representing visitor. He's currently attempting to get qualifying times for the Sri Lankan national team. So all the best, Taru. In a race like the 800, you will see some of the swimmers start circling around their net lanes, so going up the left side and back on the right. This is a bit of a habit that we create at training. So when we train, we always stay on the left unless you do a session in reverse cycle, which would mean you stay on the right. And quite easily, when you're doing those longer distance races, you fall into those habits, so you end up on that left side and sticking on that lane rope. But the goal is to stay in the middle. Those lane ropes do create a little bit of drag. So this is something that athletes will work with their coaches on, so that when they're in a race, they'll stay right above that black line in the centre and have the fastest swim possible. And we're coming into that 400-metre mark here. Alex Cartel, he's pulled away a little bit. He'll turn in first. Giselle Davey still in second. And Taru in lane 2, he's in third at the moment. Also a nice little swim going on from lane 0 by Byron Ward of Melbourne Swimming Club. His entry time about 13 seconds slower than the rest of the field in the middle lanes in particular. But he's really sticking up with them at the moment. Alexander Cartel pretty comfortably holding the lead at the moment off Giselle in lane 5. But there is becoming a good little battle for what is third position right now. You've got Byron Ward in lane 0, Taru in lane 2, and Dylan in lane 3. So the two Cheltenham boys really going together at the moment. I know usually Dylan prefers the shorter races, the 100 freestyle being more his specialty, but it's so great to see under Kelly Stubbins out at Cheltenham, these guys doing a lot of that longer work, so those endurance swims. All right, we've got 200 metres to go. As we know, this is where athletes are really going to try and step it up. You can see those kicks coming into play. You can hear the coaches getting really stuck into their athletes now, helping them try and lift for this last part of the swim. Your leader, Alexander Cartel, in lane 4, turning with 100 metres to go. You'll notice of the field, he probably has the most catch-up-like stroke. This is when one hand catches up to the other out the front before executing the catch. Come into turn and get that whistle.
Come on, yeah.
All right, 10 metres to go for Alexander Cartel. Giving it everything he's got, hard onto the wall, that last stroke. And he's going to finish in an 8:54.21. Giselle is going to hang on and get second here, 9:00.04. And Byron Ward out in lane 0 from Melbourne Swimming Club. He'll take third in a 9:02.27. And he's done that all while losing his cap pretty early on in the race. So hopefully he got a haircut not too long ago.
Yeah, Victorian.
Bit of a shout out to Emily Doyle there. She was moved from heat 1 into that third heat. So an impressive effort from her. And it was a huge PB as well. So congratulations, Em. All right, in the water now we have heat 4. It's our penultimate heat of this morning's session. Just one more 800 to go after this. We've got 2 girls taking it to the guys in this heat. But leading us out pretty quickly there is Oscar Campbell from Cheltenham Swimming Club. Our leaders look like they're going out pretty hard after it in this 800 here. Got Oscar Campbell in lane 4 and Logan Brandy in lane 5. They've just differentiated themselves a little bit from the field here. Turning in third, we've got in lane 7 Connor Hayes from Surrey Park Swimming Club, and very closely behind Eli Jones from HC Swim Club, one of our visitors. They've got a good little battle going on here. Logan Brandy has just taken over as your leader in Heat 4. Oscar Campbell trying to hold on, not drop off too far. And Connor Hayes within an arm's reach as well there. And with 11 laps to go now, Logan Brandy is still your leader. In second in this heat, we have Connor Hayes of Surrey Park. These two boys both competed at the Australian Open Water Championships back in January. They do like those longer distance races. Third place at the moment, Eli Jones. And Tyler Land from Ivanhoe out in lane 1 just slowly made his move. He's sitting in 4th right now. Coach Arco, his coach over on the other side of the pool, telling him also to bring in the kick. Seems to be the common theme of the day. With those 300 metres left, really bringing the legs for these athletes. So good to see Logan really attacking those walls. You can hear his feet hitting them before he pushes off. It's a really good sign that he's not slowing into the turn and not losing any momentum. A lot of our athletes now coming into turn with 100 metres to go, so 4 laps. Josh Evans from Flyers just having a bit of a look up to see if the official is there about to blow the whistle. Not quite, Josh, you're nearly there. But this boy will get the whistle. This is Logan Brandy turning for 50 metres to go. We also have Connor Hayes and Eli Jones all onto their last 225 metres. And here he comes into the wall in a time of 8:39.56. Logan Brandy. Taking second, Connor Hayes, lane 7, Surrey Park, 8:43.90. And third in that heat will go to Eli Jones from HC Swimming Club, 8:44.49. Now your swimmer in lane 2, she's another one of those girls who's been moved into a free lane from lane 1. Her entry time is 10:10. So she's got 3 laps to go to try and beat that personal best swim.
Geelong in October. No, Geelong, I think it's December.
And Emily is now on her final lap of this 800 free. Awesome effort. This is a long swim. It is 32 laps, 31 tumble turns. She's 15 years old from Nunawading Swimming Club. Awesome effort. And that brings us to our 5th and final heat of this morning's heat session at the Victorian Age Short Course Championships. The swimmers in this final heat are your fastest seeded swimmers, meaning they have the fastest entry times going into this race. But if they are slower than a time someone has posted in the heats previously, that person is eligible to be the winner. So coming up to the 200 metre mark now, your leader is lane 5, Harry Hay from MLC. Followed not too far behind by Tommy Lane from Cheltenham Swimming Club. Tommy having just returned from the Commonwealth Youth Games over in Trinidad and Tobago, where he picked up a bronze medal in the 1500 freestyle. Two boys out in front are going to have a nice little battle on their hands. At the moment, sitting in third place, lane 0, Rowan Wine from Yarra Plenty Waves. Looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Fourth place, Campbell Wilson Moran from Propulsion Swimming Club. And your lead girl at the moment in lane 6 is Hayley Reid. She's from Swimming Gold Coast, down here as a visitor. At the halfway mark, Harry Hay still leads Tommy Lane, but that gap has definitely closed up a little bit, both turning at a 4:03. Ron Wine still comfortably in third at 4:10. He's got 4 seconds on Campbell from Propulsion in fourth, turning at a 4:14. But it's definitely all eyes to the middle of the pool, lanes 4 and 5. As Tommy Lane just takes the lead now. Our leaders have 9 laps to go. Tommy Lane really securing this gap on Harry Hay now. Starting to pull away, that distance and endurance background really showing here. The two of them have a pretty substantial lead on our third place swimmer, which is still out in lane 0. That is Rowan Wine, Yarra Plenty Waves. Campbell Wilson Moran has closed the gap a little bit for that third place. It was 4 seconds at halfway. It's about 2 seconds now. Our leaders are now trying to lap swimmers, which is a pretty impressive feat. This is our fastest heat. As Tommy Lane just coming up on Hayley Reid, our lead female at the moment. She's doing everything she can to hold him off. Mackenzie Hunter, not too far off the pace either. Tommy with 1 lap to go now, 150-metre sprint left. Harry Hay, he gets the whistle too. Let's see what times these boys can go here. The race for third. Rowan versus Campbell, now very close over in lanes 0 and 2. There's only just under 1 second left as Tommy finishes in a time of 8:03.54. Almost under 1 minute per 100. That is a very fast swim. Harry Hale takes second, 8:09.72. He did absolutely everything he could to stick with Tommy in that. And good to see both the boys getting a personal best there as well. Rowan Wine will stick in it for third, 8:28.74. Followed very closely behind Campbell Wilson on propulsion, 8:29.21. Your first female onto the wall is going to be Hayley Reid of Swimming Gold Coast, 8:41.29. First Victorian girl, Mackenzie Hunter, MLC Aquatic, 8:48.20. Final swimmer in the pool, Grace Richards of
Could
Surrey
we please
Park.
have the following swimmers to the medal presentation area? Lucy Doyle from Nunawading, Summer Morgan from Geelong, Miller Clark from Flyers, Cody
Her
Said
entry
from
time at
Traralgon,
10:07, and
Oliver
she's going to do a
McCormack from Ballarat
huge
Gold,
PB here as
and
well,
William
so
Bryan from
congratulations.
Tiger Sharks.
Well done. And that concludes our heats and time finals for this morning on day 1 of the Victorian Short Course Age Championships. My name is Kalia Marsh. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see you next time. Good luck to the swimmers swimming in finals tonight.